And it looks like we are live according to YouTube. 5 o'clock on the dot. Well, almost on the dot. At least it's not 5:01, so I'm not late this time. Let's go. We are celebrating all the small victories here today. It's a good thing to do. We need a chat message that needs to be pinned. There it goes. And we are indeed live with day 19 of our NaNoWriMo stream. Our NaNoWriMo challenge. It's getting close, guys. It's getting real close to the end. I hope you guys are doing well. I went for a run today. So 10K, that was good. But I'm also quite tired, so let's see how we do. Yesterday we managed to, let's see what we managed to do. Well, we are of course in the courtyard. Vesper has angered the son of the evening by confronting him as his squire was present. And then Vesper tries to convince Squire Ronin, who is of course the actual villain of the story, even though he seems very kind and very nice to Vesper. Like, he doesn't believe her, truly believe her, and but he still said that, like, if anything, he'll keep an eye on him, and if anything happens, he'll report back. And she asked him to report back to her fair. But what is very interesting yesterday is that we are on page 96. And on page 96, once that is done, is the last page of this book. We have right here, whereas I'll continue in this book that is exactly the same. But I've finally gotten the markers all the way to day 30 in this book. So hopefully we'll get there soon. Let's have a little read so that we can get right back into it, right? Also, Vesper is, she's a little bit in love with Ronin. It's not a huge thing, right? But she is a little bit in love with him. And I think it's something I want to set up for the next book, where she's going to be falling in love again, and this time it's going to be very much, the last time I did, he turned out to be a bad guy. So we'll get in here, where Squire Ronin has basically just dismissed Vesper. But a tear started to make its way from one of her copper eyes. But I know what I saw. One had to be really close to Vesper if they wanted to make out what she said. That might be a weird phrasing, but that was actually okay as we read it out loud. There, Squire Ronin said, his voice maybe even more friendly and consoling. He took the corner of his light blue hooded felt cloak and dried Vesper's cheek and eye. The cloak was much darker blue on the inside than on the outside. No need to cry. I'll tell you what, why don't I promise to keep an eye out for any drowners? When I am around Sire Brendan. And then, if I see anything suspicious, I'll make sure to let the right people know. And you. How does that sound? Vesper agreed with a nod and a sniffle, though she didn't quite believe him. But she didn't know what else to do. Good. It'll all be okay, don't you worry, Squire Ronin reassured. Are you going to be alright? I think that I really have to meet up with Sire Brendan, or else I might be in for another tirade or scolding, he said and gave Vesper a wink with his lapis eyes. Vesper couldn't help but smile a bit as she nodded, telling Ronin that she was going to be okay. That she was going to be okay. Good. You should probably get ready for the evening teachings then. Will you make sure to tell Ilaria if you've seen anything when she gets back? Vesper asked. There was no doubt in her mind that her older sister would be the right person to tell, and then Grand Protector Baldric would be safe for sure. Squire Ronin sent her a final look with his beautiful blue eyes. Beautiful eyes. Just go with beautiful, and we're off. Beautiful eyes. Actually, beautiful eyes. With an accompanying. That's wrong. Damn it! We're very much off. Wow. Accompanying. No! Accompanying. There we go. Is it going to be one of those episodes? One of those days. Yeah, we're like 2 days ahead already. And sorry, I was just looking at our progress here. The daily goal. We're 2 days ahead, just about. Yesterday at least. We're just about 2 days ahead before today, so that's good. That's good as well. With an accompanying sly grin on his face. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. She will definitely be, maybe not definitely, she'll be the very first to know. She is the water hand, the hand of water. Of the Grand Protector, after all. Of the Grand Protector. After all. He added that last part as if in a hurry. added that last part as if in a hurry. Though he kind of was, though. He kind of was kind of. As he clankingly, no, as he as his armor began clanking, as his armor began clanking faster. With his steps, turning to run. Boop. Okay, so now we have two things that we want to accomplish with this chapter. We have one that is that she puts on her glove, the gauntlet, the plate gauntlet that she has found. That the Son of the Evening has given her in a rage, right? And then we want Vesper to be almost trampled by a horse. Phoenix Storm is in the chat. Hello, how are you doing today? Hello to you too, Phoenix. Welcome to the stream and the chat. It's good to see you here. I'm doing great. Thank you very much. I was on time today. Just thought you should know. No 5 minutes late this time. 5, 6, 7 minutes late. No. It's never gonna happen again. Ever. You can quote me on that. And I will probably fail. But, you know. And I wasn't lol. Now it's alright. It's A-okay. Definitely. I just like that you're here now. That's good. How are you doing today? Also, I'm quite excited to be finishing this book and starting a new one in just like a little over half a page. 2/3 of a page, maybe. But yeah, we want Vesper to equip the gauntlet that the Son of the Evening threw at her and said she could just take. He didn't care. And then we wanted to get almost trampled by a horse. I don't know if the horse should have a rider. Phoenix says I'm good. Just been chilling. That sounds lovely. Awesome. But yeah. Oh, sugar! I forgot to show where we started. We started here. Beautiful eyes. This was where we began. That's good. Good with some chilling. Awesome. Okay, so we have established that somewhere that's too far back. So Squire Ronin, Squire and Sire. Maybe it shouldn't be Sire. Maybe it should just be Sir, actually. Never mind. Squire Ronin said there was problems with his horse, so they had a brown mare ready for him instead, and that's the horse that is going to almost trample Vespa, right? I don't know if you wanted to have it doesn't super make sense to make it have a rider on, I guess. It would make it more mysterious, like who sent the horse. And if it's a rider, if it's Squire Ronin, he should have had time to like turn his cloak around and make it look like he was Sire Brendan, the son of the evening. Which doesn't really work, I think. And also, he would have had to put the water mask on that he had. Yeah, I think the horse should be the brown mare, but that should be the clue that leads to Sire Brendan, even though it wasn't him. And then it should be. That also makes sense why a little yellow bird who flies up into the face of the horse, which is what's going to save Vespa, it makes more sense for a riderless horse to be scared and change direction than I think it does for a horse with a rider spurring it on, right? Yes. That's actually, I didn't think of that until just now, but it's actually quite a nice way of doing it, I think. But first, we need Vespa to look at the gauntlet in her hands and she's just in awe, right? That this is her first piece of armor and she's not even a squire yet. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. Vespa kept watching. Vespa kept watching Squire Ronin. Squire Ronin as he ran towards the stables. As you ran towards the stables. How do we describe the feeling in her tummy? Do we describe it? Let's just go with weird and then we can check it. The weird. Feeling in her. Let's just say check description, check earlier. And of course the word tummy and a tummy in her tummy. Not going away. She must be really hungry. Be really hungry. She thought finally changing her gaze, changing her gaze. As Squire Ronin was out of sight. Ronin was out of sight. This is a terrible sentence, but we'll work with it. Squire Ronin was out of sight. To look down. This is a goddamn horrible, terrible sentence. To look down. Actually, let's go like this. Terribly sentence. Question mark. Terrible sentence. But it is what it is. We just need to move on. I actually need to check that everyone can indeed write in the chat. They can. Good. Good. She had completely forgotten. Completely forgotten about both for a moment, I guess. Forgotten. For a moment here. For a moment. I have forgotten about both the little yellow and whistling bird and let's go with talking. No, let's not go with talking. Let's go with commenting and saying word. I guess you could say talkative. Yeah, little talking bird on her crimson head. That's an A, everyone can see that. And the steel. Oh, that's right. We've written gauntlet so many times in this. And steel plate gauntlet. In her hands. He did, didn't he? He did, didn't he? Vespa asked. Let's use talkative down here. Talkative lemon. Also looking down. Also looking down to the gauntlet. To the piece of armor. Let's go with that. To the pièce de résistance. Piece of armor. He said we could have it. That it was ours. That it was ours. Didn't he? Lemon's reply sounded too Vespa like a, let's go with whistling reply. Whistling. Or we could say reply tweet. Like a firm confirmation. Confirmation. It's not. Let's go strong. Confirmation. With a strong confirmation that it was indeed what the son of the evening had done. Son of the evening had done. Her eyes went big, went even bigger than they already were. Her copper eyes, copper eyes. I don't know if we need that. Need it. Went even bigger. Than usual. And got a text, sorry. Never mind that. Her mouth couldn't. Oh, your and her mouth couldn't quite seem to close. Couldn't quite seem to close. As Vespa carefully examined it, carefully examinated. The gauntlet. It was fairly new. It was simple. It was simple. It was a simple piece of hand armor. Hand guard. Let's go with guard just for fun. Simple piece of hand guard with layered plates. I'm not sure I want plate gauntlet. I'm not sure I want the fingers to also be plated. I guess it would make sense to have. Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense to have. And like this with a leather glove thingy. With layered plates. Covering the wrist. The wrist, palm, and fingers. It looked to have been designed for maximum with an M. Protection while also providing a great deal of mobility for the hand. for the hand inside the wool skin. That's one. Suede. Suede. It's not exactly what I want. What I need is suede cloth. Buckskin. I could just say skin glove. Hey, look at how close we are to finishing this book. This book one of this story. This book one of this book. Great deal of it for the hand inside the let's just go with leather. I did leather glove. I did the attached leather glove. Attached. But let's also check for material. Attach brown leather glove. And from the wrist a large full plate. Does that make sense? I want to say that it's like one piece, like up here, right? It's just one piece. Full plate. Words. Large full plate does something. Went all the way around the arm. Around the arm. Though it went further up the upper side. I don't know if that's two words. It probably is. The upper side of the forearm, then the underside. Making it It end in a triangular shape. Triangular shape. With nails, but not nails, neither. Rivets, studs. Yeah. Around the rounded edges. Around the rounded? I'm not so happy with that. Where it was... Do we have a word for attached? Was... Fixed. I guess let's go with fixed. We might as well use fixed to the glove. Just like the hand. Just like the hand and fingers. It might have been simple, might have been simple looking. But Vesper thought it was beautiful. But Vesper thought it was beautiful. I would just use beautiful up here, so my beautiful eyes actually right there. You can see that. There we go. So maybe repeat, or it might be fine, but just notice it. It still kept its shine, still kept its steely shine, showing that it was rather new, showing that it was rather newly made. It was rather newly made. Brother Twos. Craftsmanship. Must be the most magnificent in all the blessed kingdoms. Vesper thought. She couldn't help it, she couldn't stop admiring it, as she couldn't stop admiring the glove, the plate, the steel plate gauntlet. Now, gauntlet. Her steel plate. Her steel plate. Oh my god, we're coming up to the very last line in this book that we're writing in, and we need to get the other one ready. Vesper hadn't moved an inch. Vesper hadn't moved an inch. Inch ever since Squire Ronan had left. Squire Ronin moved an inch from the well. From the dead well. Ronan had left. Oh my goodness. There it was, guys. That is the last word of that book, which means we're moving on to a brand new one. Oh my god. Look at this. This is too cool. Too cool. I mean, whee! Look at all the words and letters and stuff, and comments and everything. 96 pages. Hey, Sarah Normal is here in the chat and in this live stream. Awesome seeing you. Next book, indeed. And Phoenix is also saying, woo! Oh my god, this feels awesome. Of course, I haven't actually done the illuminated initial let yet, but so it is. Oh, just here wrecking everything apparently. But new book, and bam, and bam, and the 21st marker, 21st day marker is coming on the very first page. So this, just to be sure, this was 97, right? Just to be absolutely sure, 97. Oh my god, it's so weird having it's so much higher up. What is this? 97. And we ended with, I already forgot what we ended with. Square Ronin had left her. Oh my god. This is so weird. Had left her. Let's actually have, I want that as a short form video. So let's note it down, shall we? That was 0056. New book. Awesome. Had left her. She was still in awe. That she was still in awe that her armor she was holding her very first piece of armor. And a paladin one at that. Paladin piece? Maybe. Piece. Okay, that's weird. My I don't know if that's because it's so much, like there's so much padding now between the book, between the table and the book, but my ink pen is suddenly, well, it's also a hair here. It's suddenly writing much thicker than it was. That's weird. Strange. Oh, there's a very Paladin one at that. Those usually weren't given to. Those usually weren't given to squires. Given to squires until the 5th and last year. Fifth, oh, damn it. 5th and last year. Squires like Edwin. I think we did that with a Y, but maybe we should check. Check. Edwin, and also because of the I don't know if we can see here, because of the way it's been glued together, it's creating this small gap here that actually makes it pretty hard to write on the edges. Yeah, that is definitely glued together. Let's not no. Let's not try anything there, anything funky. And Ronin and the others had only just gotten their plate armor. A year ago, last summer. Let's go with that. And their ascendance, because I don't have another name for it, ascendance ceremony. It's coming up very soon. Up very soon. So the ascendance ceremony, this definitely needs to be mentioned way earlier in the story, because this is where the climax is going to happen. Mention way earlier. And also, can we find a different word for ascendance? New word. I don't know. I would just like to find something that has something to do with water, with waves maybe, but also promotion. I feel like ascendance is very much wind, right? It's very air. You're flying, you're ascending. I mean, we have a rising, so rising could be a word, but I'm not so sure about that. No. But anyway. Okay, let's not have one here. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, I forgot to put this page here, but luckily the pages are thick enough, I think, so ink doesn't go through. Oops. Come out very soon. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we want her to, when she's like admiring it, right? Then we want to have the horse come in with a panic in its eyes, and just running straight towards her. So she's not going to notice it at first, but yeah, so we want her to put it on the glove. The sentence ceremony coming up very soon. Vesper finally decided to move her body. Oh, this first page is a different. It feels like a. It feels like it have like a different texture to the other pages. Maybe that's why it's so much thicker. The what I write. Though only her arms and hands she had decided to put it on. Decided. To put the glove, no, the plate gauntlet on, plate gauntlet. And of course we have decided twice here, so I definitely want to remove one of them. I think it should be the first one to be removed. That would make more sense. To put the gauntlet on. It was hers now. After all. She hardly breathed. In fact, she hardly breathed. She could feel a nervousness rising. Feel a nervousness rising within her chest or within her heart? Within her heart. Comma. Barely able to breathe. Time seemed to be moving slow. I don't know. I don't know if I'm rambling too much again, but you know, we're just having fun with it. Time seemed to be moving slow. As she placed the gauntlet in her right hand. In her right hand, in her right hand, positioning the other, positioning it for her left one to enter. Okay, I'm a little worried now that I'm gonna end up in innuendo country again. So let's hope it doesn't happen. Because that was absolutely terrible. Back in the darkness of the catacombs the first time. Right, let's not go to innuendo country. somehow it felt like she was doing something wrong. Something wrong. Something she wasn't supposed to be doing. Wasn't supposed to be doing. And yet nothing was wrong. Moving her left hand, moving her left hand into moving her left hand through through the forearm plate. Forearm plate and into. Oh, look at how close we are to day 21. We're like an hour in. Well, almost 1.5 hours in. And into the glove, into the brown leather glove. Vesper. Couldn't help but smile. A smile so big. A smile so big. That she that it actually ended up hurting her puffy cheeks a bit. She ended puffy cheeks. And I'm not sure about that word, so let's comment it here. Word. Hurting her puffy cheeks a bit. But she didn't care and couldn't stop. Didn't care, nor could she stop. Lemon sat unruly on top of her head. On top. Oh yeah. Hey, I didn't even notice. I didn't even think about when we actually went past day 21 marker. That's good. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's go. So now we are definitely just in plus country for the day. On top, cheering her on. And there it was. Her hand was suddenly wearing a piece of armor. Her own, I don't know if this is a piece. I feel like I've driven this point home multiple times now. Repeat. Yeah, maybe it's all right. Her very own. Of the paladins of the vigorous. Oh, that's without the U there. Vigorous oath. I kind of wanted to do this, Legend of Zelda reference. This da 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 da. It could be funny if she narrated that herself. So she was like wearing the glove and then da na 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 na. Yeah, that could be kind of funny. And there it was. How do you say nunne? Is it just hum? It's not quite the word I was looking for, actually. But that's all right. Okay. Kind of lost my train of thought there. As it happens. Vespa could hardly contain herself. Being one unusual step closer to her dream. The steel plate, we need to mention that, of course, it is, you know, too large, too big. The steel plate gauntlet didn't quite fit. Maybe that was a bit of an understatement. Maybe. That sounds almost like a meta comment, that it's me as the narrator, well, as the writer, who maybe that who says this. I'm not so sure about that. Maybe that was, but I'm still going to write it, was a bit of an understatement. Given how it was made. I'd say forged, but you know, it does also have leather on it. This is an M, in case anyone was wondering. For a specific hand of a human man. Her own hands might have been comparably larger than the rest of her frame of her body, not counting her head, not counting her head. With a height so this is like two how do you say that? Two interposed sentences. Sorry, we're just looking that up. And that's a bit shit. With a height not even tall enough. To reach the end. No, to reach the I just moved my contact lens. I think it's back. To reach the top of the dead wells. Dead wells stone wall? Is that called a wall? Stone wall. No, stone well wall. Stone well wall. Stonewall riots? No, that's not. A well. Dug wells. Driven wells, drilled. Nation mitigation. Okay, that's not at all what I was looking for. Okay, didn't make me much. Much smarter. I'm going to comment here and say word. Is that the correct word? But it was still much too small. For the inside glove. Inside leather. Leather. Damn it. Leather glove. She tried moving her fingers. She tried awkwardly moving her fingers. Unable to something. Unable to move. I guess we have move and moving here, but yeah, unable to move. More than the first Lil. The first joint, the first part, the first segment, the first plated segment. Of the gauntlets. Fingers. Okay, there's definitely something that needs to be changed in this sentence because that's pretty terrible. Look at how close we are to the end of the very, very first page. The end of page 97. Very, very, very first page of book number 2 for our story. Oh yeah. And the forearm plate or arm plate wasn't much better. Wasn't much better. As her own arm had too much room. Too much room. To move around. Even after she managed, to tighten the leather straps, to tighten the leather straps, the securing, I don't know, securing leather straps as much as the design allowed. So the only description that we're missing now is the fact that it goes like beyond her forearm, maybe even a little bit over her shoulder. And I think we can do that. We can combine that with the actually like wah da 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 da. So I guess it starts narrating now. They had found it. Vespa began to narrate. Vespa of the vigorous oath, and lemon, supposed to say lemon, of the golden wing. Oh my god. Would you please just write without errors? Had found one of the greatest treasures, one of the greatest treasures. Nay, the greatest artifacts. Nay, the greatest artifacts. The greatest artifacts. I'm not sure if we're going to use nay, but it could be kind of funny since she is narrating a word. Vespa remembered. Remember it. That many of Cyaniel's adventures many of Cyaniel's adventures was about finding legendary artifacts. Legendary artifacts. I'm pretty sure artifact with an E is British spelling, right? Artifact. Both are correct, but artifact is the American English spelling. And she couldn't help, but feel a little more like him, a little more like the hero than she ever had. Right. Oh, sorry about that. Even if she had come across her newfound treasure. In a very different way. In a very different way. I don't know if we should say somewhere like, mention that she actually doesn't like Sire Brendan, who gave it to her more or less by accident. Let's just go with a piece. A piece of Haven. Haven's blessed armor. Vesper almost shouted. Her. And there we have it, the end of the very first page of a very new book. Oh my goodness, and we are closing in on page number 198. Hey, I'm pretty sure we're gonna cross page 100 today. Oh my goodness. That's cool, isn't it? I think that's very cool. Very, very cool. Shouted her narration out. Almost shouted her narration. As she didn't know what else to do. Oops. Almost as if it was a reflex. Vesper threw her now steel-plated hand in the air. Much to the surprise of Lemon. Much to the surprise who barely managed to hold on. Who barely managed to hold on to her crimson locks, crimson locks. and yelled with the full capacity of her lungs. Da na na na. Da na. Da na na na. Da na na na. Of course, a little Legend of Zelda reference there. She had no idea where that little piece of him. A little piece of melody came from. Melody came from. But she was just so excited that she couldn't contain herself. But she was just so excited that she had to let it out. As Vespa was standing there with a left hand high, Vespa was standing there with her armored left hand high, it was very obvious just how bad of a fit, just how terrible, no, just bad of a fit the gauntlet was. Not only were the fingers too large for her own, the forearm plate also covered her entire that entire part of her own arm. Of her left arm. With the triangular and angular, triangular. The triangular end on the upper side, the upper side. Shooting past her elbow. I guess you could narrate that it is like it's made for a giant or something. That could be kind of fun. Also, I should probably write here in my notes. So around 02, let's go 02. Legend of Zelda reference. That was a very, very long. Nah, it wasn't too bad. It actually starts here, the paragraph, but it could probably be split somewhere. Okay, so now we need to transition from this description, from this oh, she's so excited about it, and into her almost being trampled by a horse. And then I need to think what I can use that blade armor for, that gauntlet, because it needs to have a use at one point, preferably during the climax. But it would be much better if she could also use it when someone tries to murder her the second time. This is going to be the first time. So, how would we want to do that? Maybe we have her first addressing the fact that it's too big. Was it Haven's blessed armor? So not T. This piece. Haven's blessed armor. Vespa continued. Oops. Continued her narration. Was crafted for the giants of old. For the giants of old. Those who first built the 5 pillars. Upon which the angels' haven was created. Lemon stemme I. I-stemme. Joined. Lemon joined in. Joined into Vespa's narration. Vespa's newly made up story. With much enthusiasm. from his high, or rather low, vantage point. Vantage. On her head. So yeah, we have one of those again. Is it weird? Is it weird that I as a narrator become such an active part of the story? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You know what is weird though? That it must be because there's so much padding in the different pages that the ink, like, it's much thicker letters, even though I don't feel like I'm doing anything different from the way we ended. Look. So if I just find the last page here, just look at how much thicker this text is in comparison to this text. It's actually quite a lot. And you can definitely feel it when you're writing. This felt much more like the ink cartridge was running low, which it wasn't, of course, but I don't know. It was funny. That's weird. That's weird and funny. I can place it. I can put it here. Difference in ink. Around 214. Difference in ink thickness. Point rather low, vantage point on her head. It might be just too big. For our heroine. For our heroine. But it will certainly prove much useful as protection on the many adventures, that awaits Vespa of the vigorous oath, and lemon of the golden wing of the golden wing. Down here we just wrote lemon of the wing of the golden. Everyone can see that says golden. Okay, I was about to say there's something very wrong with my ink pen, but it turns out it was just a hair. It's funny how a hair can do a tiny little fiber of hair. It might even just be a tiny little fiber of the page, but it really threw my entire. You can almost see it here. It's so much thicker than like the G here. Like at the beginning than it is here. Just thought that was weird. Many adventure that awaits living of the golden wing in the future. It will even replace maybe we should actually mention somewhere that it's not very heavy. It wasn't very heavy for Vesper though. But she's of course ordinarily strong. Not ordinary, inordinarily, extraordinarily. It wasn't very heavy for her though. Heavy for her. I also quite like, so I figured that she would get a new nickname either in this book, like at the very end, like at the return with the elixir part, which is the very, very end. That isn't an epilogue. Go down here, you have the hero's journey, right? So 12 is return. Step 12 is return with the elixir. The resurrection is the climax. The road back is just before the climax. And then we have an epilogue. I think I want people to call her like Vesper the steel hand or something like that. Like, you know, you have a fire who's the water hand, and then you could have Vesper who's the steel hand. I think that's a pretty cool thing. Or Vesper Full Metal hand if you want to reference Full Metal Alchemist at that point, but we'll see. We will see. Even replace the lost. The lost shield. Of the dragon scale. Or the dragon's black scale. So this is chapter 1 stuff. Chapter 1 sync, because I think I just said that it was kite shield, but it would be pretty cool if she, like, if it's a scale, right? You know, you can also almost go whoa, dragon scale shield. Not quite like this, which is one of the coolest looking shields in the game, but it was the Netherian scale. This one. Scale of the Earth Water. It wasn't a Farian. But it's like, you know, that's a pretty cool idea to have a shield like that. Okay, didn't get any bigger. I don't know. Maybe we can even... Maybe we could even think about that for book 2 or 3. And then have her imagine that in the beginning where she is... Well, it's not even in this book anymore, is it? Imagine that in the beginning of the story in chapter 1, where we jump right into one of her stories, one of her narrations. As its might is even stronger. Its might is even stronger. Okay, now we're gonna get to the trembling part. I will soon have my food break though, but let's see if we can start that part. Vesper took her arm down. Vesper took her arm down. And once again took to admire. Again took to admire the shiny steel blades. The shiny steel blades. She couldn't wait to show a fire. Affair and tell her how Sire Brendan himself said she could have it. Himself had said that she could have it. Surely she wouldn't think she wouldn't think that it needed to be delivered back. It needed to be given back. It's probably better. Given back. And if she did, Vespa wasn't sure if she would let the gauntlet go. Gauntlet go. Actually, she was sure she wouldn't. Actually, she was sure. She wouldn't ever give. And I'm going to take my food break here, actually, since we are almost at 9:30. No, not 9:30. 7:30 here. 7:30 p.m. So yes, food break. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Enjoy Calamity Part 2 out of 3. Just this. See you guys. Was this really happening? Huohun thought. Why was this happening? Are we actually breaking up? We can't break up. We promised to always be there for each other, to grow old and to realize our dreams together. The racing thoughts were almost unbearable. What am I going to do on my own? I don't know how to work the anvil, not very well at least. No, I'm best when handling the fire, but I can't be an iron artisan with only controlling the flames. I have to go back to the chamber of the heart and trade in my freedom and my life to pick up where I left off all those years ago. No, I can't do that either. Not even if Shinakien itself should awaken. I can't go back. The fires and the flames in the Monarch Weaver household started spitting at random as Huohun spiraled into her own mind. This was where Tuvehan would usually come into action, as he had done so many times before. Whenever Huohun got lost in a problem that she couldn't see a way out of, her spouse would appear and calm her down by holding her close and singing some of her favorite dwarven hymns of old. The deep, soothing voice of Tuvehan, combined with his loving embrace, always got Huohun's mind back from the depths to see things more clearly. Don't worry, Huhu, I'm right here. Tuvehan opened his mouth almost instinctively as he saw what was happening. But instead of a song, silence was the only thing that filled the room as Tuvehan closed his lips again. Does she even want my help? I don't think it's ever been this bad, and I'm the cause of it all. It pained him to see his beloved wife standing in distress, but one question kept Tuvehan from acting. What if she hated him now? In the middle of the room, a tear started rolling down Huohun's cheek as she looked at her Tuvehan, eyes begging for help but unable to ask for it. Why isn't he doing anything? Why is he just standing there looking at me? Has he already made up his mind that he doesn't love me anymore? Is that also why he's so set on leaving? And why is this all happening now? The thoughts in Huohun's mind were still many, but they seemed to be slowing down. Tuvehan still hadn't moved an inch and was looking with intense worry at his wife. He was still struggling inside his own head to figure out whether Huohun would want his help or not. He isn't going to help, is he? Huohun started thinking to herself. That sudden realization was all it took for her to start gaining some control back of her own body. For starters, just enough to wipe the tears away. When the fire stopped their aimless spitting, Tuvehan slightly began packing again. He didn't say anything to his spouse, but he made a sigh of relief as he walked towards the walnut travel chest. While Tuvehan still wanted Huohun to join him on the journey, it was nice to know that she was able to claw herself back from spiraling without his help. As Tuvehan walked past the now somewhat calm hearth, he stopped to look at the decorative shield hanging above it. Maybe it was the changing flickers from some flames that got reflected into the shiny metals which caught his eyes. Maybe it was something else. But now Tuvehan couldn't take his eyes off the object that had adorned their walls for years. The beautiful heater shield was a gift from the shield shapers, made by Tuvehan's father when he and Huhun had started their own blacksmith. The polished iron shield was topped with the head of a golden four-tinned hoe. Center to the work, a silver loom was depicted, from which threads combined in an ornate scepter much like the one that the couple had made in their youth. All of it was intertwined by flames of gold. Across the bottom curvature, the shield was ornamented with an iron banner in which monarch weavers stood ingrained in dwarven seal script. Tuvehan made a slight smile as he remembered the day his father gifted them the shield. It had been one of Tuvehan's proudest moments. "I want you to have our shield," he said. "That is, of course, if you decide to stay here." "Why?" Huhun asked almost before Tuvehan could finish talking. "Why? It was a gift for the both of us, and I figured you could..." This time Huhun did interrupt her husband before he was done. "No, not the shield," she said in the most indifferent tone. "Why have you chosen now, of all times, to leave with the humans?" Huhun's expression had changed to more inquiring than the helpless one she was trapped in a minute before. In the myriad of thoughts and questions, this one kept coming back. "Why not wait until we're both ready? Then we could leave Shinakien together like we always planned." A moment went by before Tuvehan answered. "You know why? I just told you," he finally muttered. "The Chapiters and their entourage haven't got any skilled blacksmiths, so I'll be lending them my aid. We will be, if you decide to come with me." "No, that's not the reason." Huhun sounded a bit more cold than she intended. "I need you too, so why aren't you determined to stay?" "That's why I want you to..." Once again, Huhun didn't let Tuvehan finish. "Your whole family is here too. Don't they need you? And what about your sacred duty?" "What sacred duty?" Tuvehan responded, avoiding the original questions. "Don't pull that." Huhun countered him, half mockingly, half annoyed at her husband's gall to ask that question. "You know damn well that it's the sacred duty of the dwarves of Shinakien to make sure the giant never wakes from its slumber. But wouldn't we have broken our sacred duty anyway, if we would have left eventually?" Tuvehan had found a bunch of leather aprons to pack and was once again on his way to his travel chest. "Well, it would have been the two of us and..." Huhun struggled to come up with an argument. Instead, her ruby eyes turned to pleading. Tuvehan didn't let her suffer for long, though. "Do you actually believe what they preach at the Chamber of the Heart?" he asked, stopping the packing of the leather aprons that he usually donned by the forge. "Have you actually ever seen proof that the giants are alive, and that it should be our duty to keep them in their slumber?" This time Huhun also had trouble finding the words, but it was more because the question took her by surprise than anything else. She had never thought to hear her husband challenge their faith. "What do you mean?" she eventually said. We've both been coming to the Chamber of the Heart since we were born. We've seen all the rituals firsthand that the Heart Keepers perform to prevent the awakening from happening. We've both been taught the tales from the time of first dwarves up until now. Do you think all of that was for fun?" Well, now it was Tuvehan's turn to interject. "Just because the Heart Keepers do their rituals and teach the history of how the first dwarves battled the mighty giants rising from the earth doesn't mean it's proof that it's all true. It's just rituals and stories." Huhun almost fell down in shock because of what she had just heard her husband say. "But what proof do you need?" she asked almost aggressively. This was the first time she had heard Tuvehan express these feelings, and she found herself having some difficulty with how to respond. Huhun left her spot where she had been standing almost ever since Tuvehan had started packing, and walked with purpose past him over to the hearth. She rolled up her broad sleeve and stuck her right hand into the fire as if trying to grab it. When she took it back out, Huhun's hand was covered in flames, but the skin still looked untouched. "Can you feel the fire surround you?" Huhun asked as she looked at Tuvehan, concentrating on the rising flames enveloping her hand. The other fires in the room followed suit. "Careful, Huhu, your sleeve," Tuvehan said, pointing to her new silken rue. Huhun had been so focused on removing the right sleeve from the flames that she didn't realize the left one had actually caught on fire. It wasn't much, and she put it out with a quick swing of the arm, leaving only a small hole with burned edges. At least now the jacket matched most of her other garments. "Whatever, I'm asking you a question. No one can feel the flames like you, "Well, if not the fires," she said as she closed her hand to put the fire out. Don't you always say that the metal sings to you when we work the smithy? That is the essence of what they preach at the heart chamber, to listen to the elements around us. The heat had definitely come back as Huohun made her argument. Small pearls of sweat started to form again on Tuvehan's forehead as he thought about what to say next. I like what the chapters teach about the 5 pillars, he suddenly let out. I mean, I like the idea they have about helping the less fortunate and each other to help create a peaceful and prosperous life for everyone involved. Well, I don't... What? Huohun was both a little baffled by Tuvehan's change of subject and his knowledge of the humans' religion. How do you know what the chapters preach? Chapters, Tuvehan corrected. You haven't seen them preach more than those couple of times we passed those chapitans on the chamber terrace, have you? Huohun had a bad feeling about that question, but she also felt a strong urge to ask it. They're called chapiters, Tuvehan corrected again, but he wasn't quite sure why. Just answered the question. Tuvehan took a deep breath before saying anything. I have been... He looked his wife deep in her eyes before continuing. I've been more engaged with the chapters and their company than you probably know, he finally admitted. Huohun was quite unsure how to react to this new information, yet she still found herself asking another question. When have you been more engaged with them? Lately, I've been timing my deliveries and my trips to the miners around when the chapters have been giving their teachings, Tuvehan answered. The dwarven aren't particularly great, but it's been getting better, and I've listened to them a fair amount. I've even been helping them here and there with problems like fixing wheels on their carts or carrying things. You know how humans aren't the strongest bunch, Tuvehan ended, forcing a smile. Once again, Huohun merely stood there, doing nothing, though this time in front of the fireplace. As she was staring at Tuvehan in utter disbelief of what he was telling her, he continued. There's this one chapter called Peter who I've learned quite a lot from. He's also the one that told me of that charge to spread the teachings of the 5 pillars and how they're in dire need of skilled blacksmiths like me and like you, my sweet Huhu. The way Tuvehan phrased that last sentence gave Huohun a small sting in her stomach. And what proof do they have that these 5 pillars are real? She asked rather snarkily. If proof is so important to you. Chapter Peter has healed some of my smaller wounds with his blessed water. Is that all? The heart keepers heal wounds and injuries all the time. Why aren't the slumbering giants real all of a sudden? Tuvehan had moved on to packing shoes, but he stopped for a little while to think. It didn't hurt when Chapter Peter healed me with his blessed water, he said with his head looking down to the floor. What's that supposed to mean? You know the searing of the wounds that happens when the heart keepers heal with their fire? Tuvehan reminded her. And they always leave a scar. I never thought the pain was that bad, Huohun responded hesitantly. Besides, wounds scar when they heal naturally, so what's the problem if it happens when the heart keepers heal with their fire, as long as a wound is treated and you can go along with your life just fine afterwards? Well, the chapter's blessed water might have felt strange, but it didn't really hurt, and it didn't leave a scar. Not a noticeable one anyway, and I quite like that. Tuvehan was still looking at the floor and not at his wife when talking. Besides, that's not the only reason. He barely whispered that last part to himself, but Huohun still heard him. What other reason is there? She instantly asked. Or should I say proof? There was this time when Chapter Peter performed the Iron Burden in front of everyone, Tuvehan said with a slight shake in his voice. Remember that? Somewhat, Huohun said, downplaying her memory of the event. But of course she did. In fact, it was so rare that it had been the only Iron Burden to happen so far in their lifetime. It happened right there on the chamber terrace. We both spectated as Chapter Peter grabbed and held the glowing hot iron mace that the heart keepers presented to him. And you also saw how little strain his hand showed afterwards. I'm sure it was some kind of trickery, Huohun dismissed. Peter told me how he and the other chapters soaked their hands in their blessed water before lifting the mace. See, I told you so, Huohun countered, quite pleased with herself and her ability to call out the human preachers. It was all just a trick. But don't you see? Their blessed water was given to them directly by angels, these divine winged beings of Haven. And if it can protect that well against something so hot, then there has to be something to the 5 pillars and their teachings. Peter has even told me that he has seen some of these angels once taking a deadly ill believer to a better place. And if Haven is real, that means the 5 pillars are real, which in turn would mean... Tuvehan, who was now looking directly at Huohun, suddenly paused before once again looking down at the stone floor of their home. His voice had also started to shake even worse just before he stopped talking. What would it mean? Huohun asked. Tuvehan didn't answer, but instead kept eyeing the stone in the floor. What would it mean, Tuvehan? Huohun asked a second time in a sharper tone. Unlike her husband, her gaze was fixed on the person she was talking to. But Tuvehan still didn't answer. He couldn't, because deep down he knew that if he spoke, he would say something that he didn't want to say. Something he didn't want to admit. Something that he hadn't even admitted to himself. Tell me now, Tuvehan Monarch Weaver, Iron Artisan of the Shield Shaper line, what would it mean if your precious pillars were real? Not only was Huohun's voice as sharp as her ruby daggers could be, but Tuvehan could also feel the heat rising again at an alarming rate. Tuvehan raised his head and looked at Huohun with begging eyes, but his begging was not met with any form of friendliness, and so Tuvehan bursted out that which had been weighing him down for quite some time, that which he had been afraid to say out loud to anyone, much less himself, that which was the real reason he had decided to leave Shinar Kien. Because I don't know how far I have to climb to reach Haven when I die. Huohun, now more confused than ever, could hardly muster a word to question what Tuvehan had just said. But in the end, she didn't have to. It's what I learned from Peter, Tuvehan continued, almost stumbling over his own words. You have the 5 pillars, which is everything good in the world, representing Haven with life, peace, feast, prosperity and vigor. But they're not just a representation of Haven, because opposite them are the broken pillars symbolizing all that is wrong and immoral of the world. And when you die, or when the day of judgment comes, you have to climb your own 5 pillars in order to reach Haven and the Everlife. And the height of your pillars are determined by how much you sinned in your life and strayed from the virtues of the 5 good pillars. And you know that I'm not a very good climber, so I have to make sure that I start living by the teachings as soon as possible, so that my 5 pillars are as low as they can get just to be safe and not fall to the eternal pillars of one of the broken ones. Hello, here we are, I'm back. I'm back, baby doll. As Ted Mosby would say in that one episode of How I Met Your Mother. Now, shall we... Shall we turn on the music again and get to trample a main character? Doesn't that sound neat? Got my tea here. I suddenly realized that it's actually quite cold. Where the hell did I put that? I didn't take that. 1 minute. I'll be right back actually. Not a minute. It's just like, you know. It's really more of a saying, isn't it? I just needed a little container for the tea bag. Okay. Let's get back at it. Some. Oh, that's pretty cool. There were just some tabs open in my browser that there's no need for it. Really? She was sure she wouldn't ever give her new piece of paladin armor up. Paladin armor up. That's a U. Everyone can see that. Okay, okay. Right. Should we never give up a new piece of paladin armor? Okay, so how now we need to bring the tension into this chapter. As we saw here, where are we? We're crossing the first threshold. The tension needs to be medium to high. And I feel like her getting another scolding, you know, we've been there before. It was alright. It was whatever. So the tension isn't quite medium to high, but that's going to happen now. So she's going to talk. She's going to say something. Going to talk to Lemon. We should tell Renaith about our new gauntlet. Don't you think? Don't. That's the worst part about an entirely new book. Once you get to the last part of the pages, I guess it's the same for all the on this side here. My hand slips off because I have to write, of course, and then it doesn't actually. The normal position is like down here, which is all the way down to the table. So I'm sort of writing in a wrong, much too high position, and it's a bit weird. Let me just get my tea. My blood red tea of blood. You can't see that. It's cherry. It's sweet. Vespa asked, Lemon, She really wanted to show someone, anyone really, anyone who'd care, really. Anyone who'd care, really. And with her older sister gone, gone, that sounds like she's dead. Gone for the moment, gone away. For who knows how long. For who knows how long. Vesper could only really think of Rhaenys. Even if she couldn't actually, even if they couldn't actually show him the armor piece. But she could describe it for him. She could describe Vesper might only have met, talked to, the spirit in the Warhammer, in the large Warhammer once, but she was sure that he would be excited too. But she was that he would be excited Okay. Has she suddenly felt bad? Felt rather terrible. As she remembered not having said goodbye as she left. She left with 2 T's now. As she left the catacombs in such a hurry. The catacombs in such a hurry. You know, the worst thing about this is really my neck is about this whole NaNoWriMo thing, and of course my added challenge of live streaming. It's I'm sitting like this so much every day that my neck is actually quite hurting. It's not like it's about to fall off or anything. I don't know, it's just stiff, right? But so is the way of this challenge, and there are only like 11 days left after this. Where did my voice go? That's 3. Hurry. Vesper could hear loud whinnying, vanske, neighing, whinnying. Okay, neighing. Loud neighing coming from the stables. Followed by galloping hooves. Galloping hooves on the courtyard's dead soil. Dead black soil. She guessed that Sire Brendan and squire. Sire and squire. I'm not entirely certain I like this. The way they sound. Sound. Had finally decided to ride out, and well, wouldn't you know it, that was page 98. And we go to 99. Whoop, 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 whoop. Finally decided to ride out. For their inspections of the dragon tigers. So this is a bit of a, you know, she's actually thinking, she's hearing the horse that is going to, very soon, going to come running, trembling after her, and tremble her. But she doesn't think anything of it. I think that's a nicer way of setting it up. Then it just like happens like this, you know? So we just have a little bit of a setup for this, the way that this chapter will end. Does she get hit by the horse? Like, Lemon is going to fly up and basically save Vesper. But could she still get hit by the horse and like bang her head into the wall of the well, the stone well? Because that could be a way of bringing the tension, you know, a little higher. The only problem with that, of course, is that it's going to happen a lot in this. It's going to happen a lot in this book, I feel like. Because it's definitely going to happen. Like, she knocks herself out when she fell into the catacombs. And if she knocks herself, if she's knocked out here, I just don't want to overuse that trope, I guess you could call it, right? I just don't want to overuse the ending a chapter like bam. She felt the hard stone on the back of her head. Right? I mean, it sort of does work, but I am just worried that I might overuse it. let's just go for it here, and then she can like wake up. She can like wake up in either Chapter Peter or Chapter Bragi, and they're in their quarters, or if it's the same quarter. Because I also don't have a transition. I want the next chapter, I think. No, that's not it, is it? Okay, so I have different chapters here. I had this chapter here. Where she talks about the son of the evening being weird. That could happen here. That could happen as the next chapter. I just had a chapter before that where she tries to convince Harold and another paladin, and maybe two others, that he's meeting in the courtyard, and they're like advisors for other human kingdoms, and they talk about the Templars and all that, and then maybe I need to mix this up a bit, because I think it makes more sense if she passes out Vesper here, that she wakes up in another bed that isn't hers, and she can like talk to the chapters who are taking care of her. Maybe one of them, maybe Peter, found her, right? So we're giving him a little bit of a bigger role in this than I originally intended. I don't think I mind that. I do like the idea of the Chapter Bragi having a bigger role, and he can be like the one investigating the old records of what happened with the Son of the Evening. And then they could even confront the High Chapter who maybe knew about it. Because that's a subplot, right? The whole son with an O and son with a U. I think I like that way actually. So I need to change up a bit. The only thing was that this chapter here was supposed to introduce the concept of the Ascendant ceremony, where squires turn to become paladins. But we already introduced that in this chapter now, but very, very brief Ascendant ceremony, like a throwaway line. So it's actually, it might even work out. Wow. Okay, but we still need to write. And with that explanation, that talk, we are behind our pace now. Quite a lot, not just with the because of the food break. But first we need her to get trampled, or almost trampled. Should we... Oh, I mean, we could even use the glove for the very first time already. Like, she has the glove on, right? The plate glove. And she can, like, use it as a shield. The horse accidentally hits her. And like, it hits her own head and she falls back into the stone well. And then she's knocked out. That could totally work. Should we? Go down, go back down. Go back down to him. Vesper asked. Asked Lemon. Looking up. Trying to get a look at him. He responded. He responded with something. He responded. With a long whistle. As Vesper turned back around towards the dungeon stairs. I guess you're right. That's wrong. That's misspelled. I guess. I guess you're right. She said as if Lemon had advised her against it. Lemon had advised her against it. The evening teachings are coming up. Evening teachings. Are coming up. And we could just get in trouble. We would just get in trouble. If we missed another one. Bonk. Wait, that was... This was 1. This was 2. This is 3, yeah. Okay. For a second there, I thought this was our 4th page tonight, which didn't make any sense. Vespa just wanted to tell Rena about her gauntlet so badly, about her gauntlet so badly. Morning. And galloping hooves from behind her now towards the stables. It was louder now. Yeah, it was louder now. It was louder. It was louder now. But Vespa figured that Sire Brendan and Squire Ronin was headed out of Black River's keeps. No. Okay, so this is where it would be unusually great to have a map of the place with directions and everything. But we don't. Of course not. At least not yet. So I'm just going to make directions up. South. Southeastern gate. which is definitely something that needs to be addressed in the revision. But at that point, I should hopefully have a map, a working map that I can use. Okay. Southern gate, northern gate, north, western gate. It would be cool. Western gate. It would be cool if they had names. So that's definitely something. Name. You know, like in a map. Like in Tower of London. Yes, I'm going to show this again. Doesn't it show it here? Palace. No, it doesn't really show it. Yeah, it does. You have the Trader's Gate here. That's a cool name, right? And there's like a backstory to it and all that, and I don't know, something that something like that would be very nice to figure out. Northwestern Gates. But did they really have to ride their horses so hard? So they really have to ride the horses so hard. No, you're right. No, you're right. Vespa said. Vespa said, and something. and turned around again. We don't need to spend another punishment helping High Chapter Arwen with his, and then she stops because now the galloping horse, she notices the galloping horse coming right at her. No! She shouts. It's terrifying and it's horrible. And I just realized that we should be well above 35,000 words. It means we're only 15,000 words away from 50. Ooh, wow-wee! Vespa froze. Froze completely. The neighing and galloping hooves don't actually, so it says hoofs here. Hoof with F. Had been rapidly getting louder and louder, louder and louder. But it wasn't until she turned her looks. She turned her look towards the stables. That she realized it wasn't Sire Brendan. and his squire. On their way out of the keep. Out of the keep. It wasn't even the sound of 2 horses. The thundering gradually getting louder. Yes, let's go with that. The thundering. Gradually getting louder. Was coming from a single brown mare. From a single brown mare. Panicking across the courtyard. Black dust and sand. Whirling from the dead soil. As it. Now we did say it's a mare, so should we say that it's a she? Yeah, we probably should. A she. Oh, but I don't know if people really get that, especially if it doesn't have a name. As her hooves came booming down. I mean, we have thundering, we have booming in the same paragraph, same sentence even. The horse wasn't headed towards the northwestern gate. Northwestern. It was headed directly at her. Directly at Vespa. Dun 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 dun. Snorting and neighing uncontrollably. Neighing uncontrollably. And the riderless. I quite like that it's not going to be a rider on there. So you have to use the deduction of the brown mare to think that it was. I mean, Vespa's going to say it anyway, but yeah, you have to use the deduction of the brown mare to think about who it might be that sent it. The riderless brown the riderless brown horse had no intention of slowing down. Intention of slowing down. Vespa was already and Lemon was already so close that they could see panic, the fear and the panic in her eyes. There looked to be pain in there too. Looked to be pain in them too. Vespa somehow managed to notice her somehow managed to notice yet her body would not move. And yet her body would not move. The only thing... No, actually. Vespa tried screaming for help. Vespa tried... scream at me. Screaming. Help, but just like her feet, just like her feet. Let's go with feet. Just like her feet. Nothing happened. For once she couldn't even open her mouth. She couldn't even open her mouth. The only thing she could was stare as the brown horse thunder. Came ever closer. Look at how close we are to ending page 99. 99! Thunder ever closer. And they did. Is that the right word? They did so rapidly. And they did so rapidly. So rapidly. Rapid fire. If anyone is old enough to remember Just Jack Rabbit. Rapid fire. Rapid fire. Did so rapidly. Her heart started to pound in her chest. Vesper even managed to think how it hurt a little. Managed to think how it hurt a little. But with all its might, it couldn't get the body moving. Fear had frozen Vesper solid. As time seemed to slow down. Time seemed to slow down again. Not that it mattered. Vesper's body wasn't able to move. Vesper's body didn't move. For that reason. Or any other, or any other she had. As the mare didn't slow down. The mare didn't slow down. But rather seemed to speed up. To think this was how it ended. Vespa's thoughts were surprisingly clear. Surprisingly. Hey, that was page number 99, which means we're moving to page number 100. Oh my goodness, not only did we start an entirely new book, well, to write in, not the story, but we're also going to pass page 100 today. Phoenix Storm says page 100, let's go indeed. What a day, whoops, let's note that down. I'm proud of you. Thank you, that means a lot. 355, page 100. I'm actually quite proud of myself as well. Also because I feel like the chapter here is going pretty okay. I was a little bit worried about the chapter and like how I would form it, sculpt it. Surprisingly clear. But yeah, now that we're doing it, it feels good. As she was about to get trampled to death. And on the same day, as she had gotten her first piece of armor. She had gotten her first piece of armor. And to think it should be on, and to think it should be on the same day as she had gotten her first piece of armor. The same day as she had met and talked to Renaith. She had met and talked to Renaith. Met and talked to Renee. She still had so many questions. To ask him. About the Fae folk. About how he ended up there. About why his tomb, not town, tomb said son of the evening with a U, son of the evening. With a U and not an O. I don't know if this is too on the nose as we write, too on the nose. But now he would never, this is an O, not a D. But now it didn't matter. She didn't even get to see, she didn't even get to see Affair a final time. He's very clear, very clear-headed in these final moments. That are not going to be her final moments. Vesper missed her so much. I actually think we're back on pace now with the pages. This is, I don't remember how far down the page we started. On page 96 in our big fully written book. Oh, okay, almost. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Well, almost. Okay, so now Lemon is going to fly up straight into the face of the mayor, who panics even more, but does stop in front of Vespa. What's it called? The mayor. Oops. The mayor reared, apparently it's called. All right. And then hits Vespa on the gauntlet with her hoof. The gauntlet smacks into her own hand and her own head, and she smacks her head back into the stone wall, and then she's knocked out cold. Yes, something like that's gonna happen. Vespa misses so much. Like a lightning. Following the thunder. That's not too bad, is it? Following the thunders. Like a yellow lightning. Lemon suddenly... Damn it. Lemon suddenly... took off. From the frozen Vespas. The frozen Vespas. Crimson Head. Crimson Head. And flew right at the panicking. What the hell? They're panicking. panicking brown horse. Vespa could hardly believe what she saw. Hardly believe the courage, of her feathery companion. Oops. Feathery companion. Whose size was so much smaller than the uncontrollable horse. Uncontrollable mare. It wasn't a pretty flight. A pretty flight. So, when I had citron, lemon, let's just go to show her your account. So when I had lemon, she was not a good flyer. Me and my ex used to call her the helicopter because of the sound she made when she flew. It was really like almost like a pod racer-ish sound. And I guess I can't really use the word pod racer, but yeah, that's the sort of sound that's the sort of flight that I want to convey. It always started really slow, like she didn't have the wingspan to take off right, so it was mostly like always a little bit down, and then slowly she would rise up, and then fly around. Not very air acrobatic, really slow turns. And whenever she landed on you, it would just be like boom. She would be like sitting here, for example. Yeah, she wasn't gracious. And I want Lemon, of course, to have that, given that Lemon is a representation of her, of Citron. I want Lemon to be like the same, maybe a little bit better as we progress through the books, through the trilogy, but still, I kind of want that funny, unpretty flight. Citron ungracious / helicopter flight. Mm-hmm. At first, it seemed to start slow, almost so slow that Vespa for a moment thought, Vespa for a moment thought that lemon would fall to the dead soil, would fall to the dead soil. But through persistence and an extraordinary amount of wing flaps, wing beats, and extraordinary amount of heavy wing beats so it's a description that's not a helicopter or a pod racer for that matter. It could be like a dough hitting a table or a floor. Yeah, let's go with that. It's odd, but everyone can sort of relate to what the dough, the splat, what that sounds like, and then do that rapidly, and you have the sound of the wing beat. Oh, heavy. I literally just wrote an E in heavy. Which all somehow sounded. Okay, I'm a little bit afraid that somehow is becoming a crutch phrase. Crutch phrase. As if sister Miriam. Miriam. Threw dough on the floor rapidly and quickly and repeatedly. We already used rapidly once in this. Quickly and repeatedly. Repeated. Damn it. Repeatedly. I did it again quickly. Okay, but that's sort of... it's a bit of a weird sound description, but I actually quite like it. And that's not how you spell through. Well, it is how you spell through something, but not a throw. Through. Oh my god, that was terrible. Terry bad spelling. That was. Quickly and repeatedly. Lemon gained height. Lemon gained the lost height back. The lost height back. And then quickly, I don't want to write quickly again. Quickly. Rapidly, speedily. Then with speed. Swiftly, swiftly. That's a good one. And then swiftly it went upwards towards, I guess we don't need upwards, do we? Need the brown mare's long face. No, everyone knows what a horse looks like. A brown mare's face. And it wasn't a moment too soon. A moment too soon. With great anger and screeching, and A wingspan spread as wide. And wingspan. There's a lot of ants here. What is this? A text for ants? I thought that was good. I thought it was so good that I might turn it into a short form video. Text for ants? Ha! What a joke. And tail feathers. And tail feathers. Spread as wide as they possibly could. For such a small bird. Lemon stopped. Fearful. That's like you're just afraid, right? Yeah. It's not like you're full of fear. Frightened is a good word. Frightful. Let's go with frightened. Stop the thunderous gallop of the frightened horse. I guess we haven't described just how big the horse is, but everyone would know that it's not a pony, right? Frightened horse. Right in front of Vespa. Right in front of Vespa. Quite a long sentence. But actually, even though there's so many ants here with great anger and screeching and a wingspan and tail feathers, It actually sounds quite nice still, I think, with great anger and screeching and a wingspan and tail feathers spread as wide as they possibly could for such a small bird. Like, it doesn't sound too bad. Honestly, I think. But it should probably still. And then there. Should probably still mark it, comment on it. Comment on it. Let's go with however. While lemon, or brave little lemon. Brave little lemon might have stopped Vespa from being trampled trampled. The panic in the eyes, in the deep brown color eyes too. Do they have black eyes, horses? What color eyes do horses have? It's brown. Most horses have brown eyes. Yeah. I guess we can say chestnut eyes. Light brown eyes. Hazel eyes. Hazel eyes is good. In the hazel eyes of the brown mare. Only a rose. As the yellow ball with wings. Almost attacked it. Almost. Attacked it. That's, yeah, I'm not super fond of that sentence, but it is what it is. the horse shut up rearing onto its hind legs. Hind legs is in one word, isn't it? Hind legs. Yes. And also, I don't know if you can say shut up rearing. Can you say that? Can you say that? Shut up onto its hind legs. That's no apostrophe there. With a scared and loud neigh. Are you with me, yay or nay? Damn, my dad jokes are on point right now. If only I wasn't dad. With a scared and even louder. Louder neigh. Using its front legs. The brown mare attempted to fight off whatever the yellow thing flying in front of it was. The yellow thing with spread out wings in front of it was spread wings in front of it was Vespa still hadn't moved. Look at how close we are to having written 100 pages of our story. Whoop, 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 whoop. It is amazing. Yes. Vespa still hadn't moved. Still hadn't moved. Between the heroic flight of her yellow friend and the now rearing, just rearing. rearing horse, looking even more enormous, looking even more enormous. When you're as small of a girl as she is, as small of she was of a girl as she was. Vespa's limbs still would not respond. Not even when the underside of the brown mare turned silhouette, of the standing, no, turned silhouette, as it stood up right in front of her. So yeah, she's going to use the gauntlet. The hoof is gonna hit, one of the hoofs is gonna hit the gauntlet is going to hit back in, recoil back into Vespa's head, and she's going to smack the back of her head into the stone wall of the well behind her, right? This turned out to be longer than I expected as well. I thought it would be like half a page or something. But it's like 1.5 now. Though to be fair, it is. I got a little bit of a feeling that I'm just rambling. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's probably bad. But whatever, it's just the word count that matters. The horse not suddenly, but the horse was beginning to lose just one O to lose its balance, just as lemon seemed to be just as lemon seemed to be out of breath. How do you say that? Out of breath. Out of breath. Breathless. Gasping for air, unable to breathe. Started getting winded. Let's do that. Seemed to be getting winded. He gradually, I don't know if we want that word, we've used it before in this chapter. I've never used it elsewhere. Repeated. Lost height again. So he flapped away from his adversary. To land on the, then we get to mention the well. Things that grown tired. Yes, grown tired was also a good one actually. Actually, I'm going to comment that because that might be better. Growing tired. I don't know. Getting winded is also pretty good, I feel like. But I like growing tired as well. Growing tired might actually be a better description. Yeah. To land on the well. Well, I was about to say that now we get to mention that the well is behind Vesper before she hits it. The horse took a step back. On its hind took a step back on its hind legs. That's still one word. Took a step back on its hind legs. And began its own descent. Its own descent. Though while I I actually kind of like the word descent here, but it also sort of implies that, that the horse has been flying. Back towards, and with towards, we've written 100 pages in our story. Woo! Let's go! So we're moving on to page 101. And on page 101 is our marker for day 22. What? Yeah, it's wild. That is indeed wild. On day 19. Now we're not gonna hit this because I don't know. I'm gonna stream for like, definitely want to hit, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So definitely going to write until this line here, because then that's 5 pages and then probably a little bit more. So we're going to begin chapter next. I guess that's chapter 9. Yes, it is. We're going to begin chapter 9 today, and then we'll probably call it descend back towards the ground with its front legs. Ground with its front legs. Its muscular front legs. Massive front legs. Let's go with muscular. Muscular. Beautiful job, says Phoenix. I'm sad over my own pace. I'm glad that you're going smoothly. Oh no. Are you having a little bit of a writer's block? Damn, I know the feeling. I hate it. It is indeed the worst. I'm just gonna plus 0 for 52. Done. Write down towards. Towards the frozen Vespa. Frozen Vespa. I think it says more like ADHD and not being able to stay on track. Oh no, I guess that's a form of a writer's block, isn't it? Like you're having trouble focusing on one thing. Ah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. That's it can be fun having like really wanting to do something like writing that requires so much focus, and then your brain is just like, nope, I would much rather do everything at once. Everything else at once. I don't know, I don't have ADHD, so it's probably way worse than that, and I hope you didn't take it as I was trying to mock you. That was not intended. Just as one of the brown mare's hooves. Okay, again, word I don't know. word. Just as one of the brown mare's hooves was coming directly for Vespa's head. Her left arm finally broke free. I'm going to keep being in the metaphor of being frozen. Broke free from the ice block. From the block of ice. That her fear had trapped her in. Phoenix says, all my brain can do is a story plan, but I want to finish this chapter. My head hates me. I really chose a difficult dream for myself. But I wouldn't change it because I love it. Yes, good on you, Phoenix. That's the right attitude. And you know what? It doesn't matter if it takes years. I mean, I know your story has taken a couple of years. But you're gonna get there, and you're going to be happy about it. First, just by getting there, that's a massive accomplishment. I mean, it's a massive accomplishment that you've even started. Nicoletta is here. Hello, everyone. Happy writing. Happy writing, Nicoletta. Good to see you here, even if it is right at the end of the live stream. Anyway. But yeah. Phoenix, I'm sure you're going to get there, and just being done with the first draft of your story, that's going to be a massive accomplishment as well. Of course, then there's the revisions and the edits and all that other jazz, but you know, you have some pretty big milestones that you can set for yourself, incremental milestones as well. Like this chapter that you have going on and you want to finish, that's the milestone. Especially when you have this, let's just say it's a writer's block. I know it's the ADHD, but like you have this problem with finishing it, and when you do, just be sure to celebrate yourself, right? Because I think that's important, and that is a milestone. That is something that you've overcome once it's done, this chapter. Just Yo, no problems. Everyone needs a little bit of motivation once in a while. I know I do. Often. And honestly, that's just being on stream, being live, and doing this November NaNoWriMo. That has been so much motivation for me, and it's been going so well. So I'm hoping that rubs off a little bit. And Nicoletta, it's good to see you here. You've missed so much today. Not really missed, but I don't know if you can see this, if you have seen this, but this happened earlier today. This book is done. We're on book number 2. 96 pages has been written of my story, and we started book number 2. And not only that, but we have crossed the 100-page threshold of my story. Woo! Whoa, well done. Thank you so much. So happy. Things are going great. Way better than yesterday, I feel like. Even though we still managed to write actually more than we did Monday. Huh. Letter broke free from the block of ice. But I fear I trapped her in a last moment's reflex. Vespa shielded herself. Shielded herself. Shielded herself. From the incoming nail. No, I can't say nail. From the incoming I don't know, let's just say hoof. But I feel like that needs to be rewritten. Rewrite. Because we have hoof up here as well. Vespa shielded herself from the incoming hoof. As it smacked down on her. On her new steel plate. Steel plate gauntlet. Damn, we have written gauntlet so many times in this chapter. But oh well. With the loudest of clanks. That the Black River's keep had heard. Keep had heard in ages. In a long time. Nicoletta says, during Nano so far, I've written 13k words and 9k more on the same project a couple months ago. So I'm far behind you. How's everyone going? We can do this, everybody. Yes. Good with some positive words from Nicoletta. Yeah, you are a little bit behind schedule, but I mean, you've done 9k more earlier, so like I think a good thing about this is also just the whole getting started and doing something about this challenge. Like, yeah, it's cool. It's very, very cool to be ahead of things like I am. But then again, I basically spent my entire free time on this, and because I don't have anything else going on. And I'm unemployed as well, so I don't think you necessarily should compare yourself to me. Yeah. I mean, focus on that you have done 13k words and you feel like it's going great story-wise, which I hope you do. Phoenix says, you've got this, focus on little wins. Exactly, don't focus on pace because it shifts and changes. That is also true. I've been having like this pace of one handwritten page per hour, right? And then I'm like, okay, after 5 pages, I'm just done. After a little over 5 hours, I'm pretty much just done. And I'm okay with that, especially because I know that I'm ahead of schedule then. But I did have one other day where it was like 4.5 hours to write the over 5 pages. And that was just boom, just really entering the flow state. So yeah, you're going to have days that are terrible, especially if you don't have the time. You're going to have days that are very, very good, where you're just going to zoom through everything. So yeah, don't focus on that. Just focus on your own story and be happy with what you write and that you are doing it. That's the most important part, that you are doing it. It's like this. I heard this advice when you start going to the gym. It's not about what you do for the first time, for the first couple of weeks or whatever. It's about going to the gym. And once you've started that habit of going to the gym every day, every second day, whatever works, then you can start thinking about what to do, right? Thanks, guys. Phoenix says, in the last 2 days I've written 1,000 words. My pace has always also been a little slow too. But yeah, like you said, Phoenix, then like when you finish this chapter, because this is a headache chapter for you, then you're probably free of that, and you're going to experience days with a lot of writing in you, a lot of flow state. Don't worry, it's coming back. I believe you guys. Long Cloud Clank. Yes, this challenge for me was more about starting the habit and going back to my project. Exactly. And you've done that. Then just get as far into the story as you can. Write as much as you can. Do you hit 50,000? Maybe. If you do, wow. But you've already, I feel like from what you said in comments and the chats, you've already reached that goal of doing the habit of just getting started, right? And you did that in 19 days. Creating a habit. Sure, you should preferably keep it up afterwards, but you know, I think it's awesome and great. Vespa. Now let's end this chapter. Vespa. I think this is the last line of page 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Vespa hardly had any time for more than quickly. Exclaiming and oof. Before her new gauntlet, there is the word again. Her arm a new gauntlet, her arm and new gauntlet recoiled back directly into her face, straight into her face. Straight. Into her face. The Phoenix says, at least it is no longer a blank page. That first page is the hardest. Writing is about your journey just as much as your characters. Oh yeah, wow. So some wise words. But yeah, the first page on the first word on a page, that is actually always the hardest. I feel so too, because there's just so much, like, unless you're already in the flow state, you just look at the page and it's just like, what's next? Especially when you're starting a story or a chapter, that I find the hardest. Because suddenly the thing you just wrote has, like, the chapter you just wrote has come to an end and you have to begin a new one. That's, I don't know, it's just difficult. Recoil directly into her face. Sending Vespa back with force. Into the stones of the dead well. Of the dead well. Right behind her. Right behind her. And that was all she remembered. And then the world turned black. That's better. And then the world turned black. And then the world turned black. Like the courtyard soil. Boom! There we have it. That was the end of chapter 8. And like we had a discussion yesterday, that means we're going to IX chapter 9. Boop. That was a terrible X. No! Oh, you couldn't see it because I forgot. Wow. I somehow turned the 9 into an eye and a hourglass of sand. That was a bit shit. Okay, let's begin the next chapter. And then we're probably done for the day. So the next chapter, I had chapter 9 as a chapter where Vesper tries to get Sire Harold, the Master at Arms, and a couple of other paladins who has arrived from other places. But like I mentioned, I think I wanted to do chapter 10 instead, where the chapters, Bragi and Peter, have taken her in, and we get to talk about the mystery of the Son of the Evening prophecy. Eh? Yeah. So she's going to wake up in the quarters of the chapters, I guess. Could be in the temple as well. I guess it is in the temple, their quarters. Yeah, I don't know how the temple looks. I should really figure that out at some point. But good news, that was an easy line to write. Well, it wasn't easy to write, but it's just one word. The water on Vesper's forehead was nice and warm. It was nice and warm. Feel a hand slowly moving. Moving across her head, which seemed to help a bit with the aching. Now that she realized how much the head hurt, how much her head hurt. She found herself having trouble opening her eyes. That's an H. She found herself having trouble opening her eyes. Even opening. Vesper's mouth had some troubles as well. Vesper's mouth. That's a U. Had some troubles as well. Affair. She asked with her eyes closed. Lying down. That should probably, she asked, lying down with eyes closed. She was pretty sure that she was lying down at least. At least she was pretty sure. Pretty sure she was lying down, 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 down. She was pretty sure she was lying down. Affair had always taken such good care of her. Taking such. I feel like we just wrote such. No? And a comma. And to think she had come to her rescue once again. Come to Vesper's rescue once again. Vesper couldn't wait to see her. If only those stupid eyes would open. If only those stupid eyes would open. And then someone else. No. I'm afraid that I'm not a fair. I need to make sure how Peter talks, by the way. I guess he's... because he is in Calamity, my first short story, but he talks Dwarven. Which he's very bad at, even. But I don't remember if I had him actually talking English or like human language. A voice differ, and that is the last word of today. We will pick that back up tomorrow as we will see who it might be that has helped Vespa. It's not a big secret, we just talked about it. Anyway, let's have a count, shall we? Let's have a count. The master sort of counting is here, and it's not working. Damn it. I sort of glued it because the closing mechanism didn't... this little thingy fell out. But it is here, our master sort of counting. Let's go back into the very first completed book of our story, where we started. So here we started on that line, and that means I guess we can just count from, it's 8 down, right? 1, 2, you can see that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 down because we didn't count this line yesterday. So 7 down. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it makes sense. This is the 5th one if we go down 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that means we've written 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. 5 pages and 14 lines. That was exactly the same as yesterday. That's weird. What? That is strange. But okay, we'll take it. Oops. We will expand this. Doink. That means we are at 36,564. So we go in here, we update our progress. We are going to say day 19 progress to the most epic soundtrack of all time. 36,564 is where we are at now after adding another 1955 words. And that of course means that our progress bar needs to be changed a little bit. We just remove the jewel and then the progress bar will go up. Here we go up to pixel 349 and the jewel, who we can have back, will go up to 312, pixel number 312. Nicoletta says, it seems like yesterday when you started the challenge, And the red bar on the right was at the bottom. Yeah, it does. We're so far up already. We're past 35,000 words. That's wild. Do we have a Discord channel, ask Phoenix? No, I don't actually yet. I feel like I would need some sort of... I feel like we would need some sort of community. I have a Discord channel for my old gaming YouTube channel. But no one really used it. And now it's just me and my buddies and family who uses that. But I'll keep it in mind actually, because that could be kind of cool once we're probably a little bit more. That could be very cool. I would love that. Where we could talk about everything, you know, from new stories, new books, and all that jazz. But let me go here. And then we go there. That was it for today. I want to thank you guys so much for watching. And for you guys who chatted a little bit. Phoenix, Nicoletta, and Sarah did earlier. Yeah, form a little writers group in the Discord channel. That could be amazingly fun, actually. Yeah, I love that idea. It's definitely something I want to do down the road if things continue to progress well. But yeah, just remember that if you like this live stream, like it on YouTube, it helps a ton. And maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already, if you just stumbled upon it. It also means a ton. And it's just nice to have people follow along the journey. Cody the writer is here. Welcome to the channel and welcome to the chat. Just found your channel. I'm also writing a fantasy at the moment. And I just crossed the 40k mark. What? That's wild, Cody. Best of luck to you for the rest of this challenge. Oh, best of luck to you as well. And welcome so much to the channel. Wow, 40k. I'm soon there. A couple of days more and then we're there. That's amazing. Awesome, well done. Yeah, I'm going to shut down the stream. Thank you guys. Just remember that we write our own stories. Bye.